Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a long time since we last streamed the CBL, but anyway. My name's Azakai. We'll be watching the APAC group stage. So this is going to be the second day. We got the matches for April 27th. Nobility versus Kiba in Group A. B is going to be Manu versus Pinnacle, and Group C's VNC, otherwise the VN Community, and Frank GGG versus Frank GGG with Group D, I believe, Mamama Mudenji, versus VN House Elites. So, going strong with the Vietnamese community here today. So, I hope we get to see a lot of cool things with these matches. Interesting thing are changes to the CBL rules. We got a few changes, particularly when it comes to doctrines. Although I will say I disagree, but doctrines are usable in the CBL for the first time, and there are a couple of doctrines which are not regular either. You got a couple of the special doctrines that have appeared on the CBL that won't be accessible on the live server, or not readily accessible. Something like the Valor Doctrine, which adds like 200 health and 3% damage reduction. That's something that I believe you could have only gotten one of. Ammo Doctrine, Movement Doctrine, something like those things. Interestingly enough, one of the most interesting ones is just the flat anti-cavalry damage reduction that that Tower Shield units have. Also, another interesting thing right now, we have a ban on Spartans. So it's interesting that there's a lot of things going on. Unfortunately, I didn't create a list of things to tell you, but I hope, regardless, we get to see some really great matches. Currently, it does seem like it's just going to be a very strong mix of cavalry versus phalanx, and with specialty ranged units. Funnily enough, I do believe the Randos were confirmed to be allowed. Well, I might be wrong about that. But we'll see what happens with this set of matches. Apparently there is a rematch. I didn't even realize there was going to be a rematch tomorrow. That's interesting. Maybe I gave myself a bit too much time. Normally I start around about 15 minutes before the start of the matches. I did get to see a couple of the matches for the EU side. Does seem like a fairly competitive scene, though I think one of the matches was HT. I forget who those guys are. Very silly, being very, very, very silly. Just piecemealing their cavalry straight into the front of phalanx. I believe some guy came out of it with like over 200 cavalry kills or something. Like score of like 2,500. So, oh yeah, good thing to note. Leadership doctrines are disabled for the CBL. So, although they do get a wide range of doctrines, I think they have access to all epic doctrines. Not entirely sure. So yeah, access to all epic and rare doctrines. Even some doctrines that are not available, not readily available on the live server. So, um, balance is going to be very different from previous CBL. But then again, as we all know, balance changes from seasons to seasons, introduction of new units, and of course, changes to existing units. I think our recent change to the Daggereg Lancers has brought them back into the spotlight. I think some of the more interesting changes is how the rally to me has been changed. It's not exactly the same as before, but it is very, very similar. Let me just boot this guy. My goodness. And goodbye. So now, no advertising on my stream. I do think that I'd really like the bots to go away. Hopefully. Please do tell me if there's any issues with the stream. I don't have the capacity to check quality right now, since this is, well, I haven't streamed in a really long time, so I'm not sure how well my stream's gonna go. But anyway, I was saying, our most recent changes, I do believe a lot of the change, I do believe the CBL, since it's a live server, is up to date on the changes. Whether or not it's up to date on the introduction of new units, that's a different question. But then again, all units have been introduced before the start of the CBL, so I'm wondering, still wondering actually, if the Horangdos are accessible. I mean, allowed. I keep saying Horangdo. Horangdo's the their kicking skills or something. The Horangs, I don't know. People have been complaining about the Horangs, and honestly, I feel like the Horangs are as strong as they need to be. Frankly, they're actually start off quite weak. Once they get their empowered state, they're pretty much where I would expect them to be, but if they head into the 120 kill zone, that's where gets a bit sketchy. Um, I think the base amount of increase is only roughly around about, what was it? I was thinking like 20 or 25%. It might be 20%. Plus the 15 through the redundancy node, and the scaling is not infinite, by the way. I checked this myself. I say I checked this myself, but who knows what have changed since the last time I checked it, and if anyone could check it even better than I can. But in light of what I know, 30 kills is what you need in order to get your full heroic bloodshed. 120 kills maxes out the bonuses, and you get 35% once you max out the heroic bloodshed, and you get another 35% when you get 120 kills. If you can get 120 kills with the Harang, I mean, they do have a mechanism where you don't need to actually get 120 kills with the Harangs themselves. you can just get kills with other units, and if you get 120 kills, I believe the effect will be the same. So yeah, so they go from doing like 100% damage to 170% damage. So very, very high amounts of damage. But frankly, at the 135%, I would say they are adequate for their level. Say like if there was another ranged tier 5 that just did shooty stuff, I would expect them to do as much DPS as those guys are dealing. Relatively. There are a lot of things I can't calculate. Range is something that's never really straightforward. I feel like it's hard to explain, but because range doesn't react dynamically enough, there. What I mean by that, archers in particular, and Thrangs are archers, they don't have a very high damage loss at long ranges. I believe the damage loss is only around about 10%. I do know that because of the access to doctrines, the Arrow Rain Doctrine allows them to shoot way beyond their normal range, which is set to be about 70 meters. And it's it's actually out competing longbows, I believe. The Vassal Longbowmen also do have a terminal range, which is, again, normal for a lot of projectiles. I think some of the older javelins don't have a terminal projectile, meaning that they can throw the projectile as far as they literally can throw it. Um, Galahad's, for one, their projectiles terminate at 100 meters, I believe. Not sure if I've tested the Lyconic. Um, not that they're not that the javelins are particularly easy to manipulate. Surprisingly enough, like they do have a lot of restrictions with how they throw and stuff. Though I do well, although I do like being able to just pick a spot and they figure out how to throw towards that location, there are I do think that overhead throws are when you shoot a projectile up and then it comes back down, it should lose a lot of energy. Yes, please. First match should be starting in a few minutes. We'll be observing them through the observer feature. So we will be behind by about 3 minutes. Ooh, starting right on time. Or almost a minute behind. Or maybe my clock's fast. But the first match is underway. Should be Nobility versus Kiba. And oh my goodness. I did not tell you what the pick ban for the maps were. So, as we're here in the small window of delay, Nobility picked Hidden City, while Kiba banned Walford. I do believe this is singular pick ban, or ban pick, depending on how the dice roll works out. So, Hidden City should be played for both matches, I believe. I believe both matches will be played on Hidden City. So this is the best of three. Um, well, I say most likely. I do like to see a good old grassland. So tiebreaker match will always be a field battle on grassland, and it's it's going to be Harbor City for the first match. Yeah, first set of matches for Nobility versus Kiva here. And Hidden City, always a really good classic map. I think what I'm going to be super interested about is to see what teams are going to do in the case where they can't get the siege towers up. In the introduction of Falconetti Gunners, we had siege towers actually be buffed, and with the introduction of the Lion Fire crew, that will be another interesting change-up. Oh, sorry, it's called the Lion's Roar crew. Ugh. Forgetting names here. Forgetting names. But yes. When... What house you... Vanguard! Oh my god. I'm not in a house. I'm casting for... I'm casting for the matches. So I don't... So I'm not playing. How you been? How have you been, man? Haven't talked to you in a very long time.
What's your business here?
I hope I'm not muted. You're alive. That's always great. I mean... I wish, man. If I was the APAC champion, what I would do with 8 grand. Then again, I have to share it with like 20 other people, so I only get like 200 bucks. Man, I can't even get a girlfriend. And you're telling me you got one? And I mean like, well, you lost her now, but I'm pretty sure with your handsome look, you're gonna get another one very soon. Anyway, we are here on Hidden City. Did I read that wrong? Oh man, I've been saying Harbor City this entire time. 5 years? Your girlfriend was 5 years? Oh, really, Wolf Deeds? Well, anyway, on to the matches here. Did see a lot of paladins, a lot of phalanx, not a lot of cavalry. Oh, 5 years. It's not like the last time I talked to you was 5 years ago, right? That means, yeah, no. When's the last time I played? Oh my goodness, I can't remember the last time I played with you. Ooh, Falcon Eddie Gunner's out for Kiba. Kiba's going to be defending with Nobility attacking. Starting off with a Treb shot onto, strangely enough, the fire pots. I think it was a waste of a treb in order for that. Does look like they're pushing all of the siege towers. Oh, did one person from nobility DC? Because it looks like he has a death. That's not particularly great. Oh, you know, I can't remember all the shortcuts for these things. WASD, siege boys. That's not even everything. Oop, free mode. Interestingly enough, using the units to bash down the door here. Don't need no battering ram when your Orochi samurais just throw out their disarming sweep. Lion's Roar crew down the way. Is a shot gonna come through? Yes. Oh man. Those Orochi samurais at the front just eats it. What does look like a full-on push. Phalanx with the Iron Cap Spearmen will delay for a brief moment while Nobility just slams through. We got some Harandos shooting down from the stairs, but does look like Nobility is going to take a left and a right. Whoa, no. Takes a left past the gate, going straight up the stairs by the looks of it. Phalanx on stairs, not a really good that is really fast. That Phalanx just disappeared. I also did realize that we do have the... Oh man. The Shirts Diners healing that mob of units. I'll grab it in a minute. Oh. The Siladar's going alone. Nobility, what are you doing? Extremely aggressive play. We got a lot of Siladars coming out. Another Treb here. Does look like Kiba wants to get something back. Quite a few losses. Nobility is stranded here on the... Oh my goodness. Look how fast the piles are just deleting. I think we lost like 4 Siladars for 2 from each side. And it looks like they still had reserves. Got some Memiolones also in the mix. Just charged straight in there. I don't know what Kiba's doing, but they're melting really fast. They're eating through so many units. I think they've lost over 400 units right now.
Destroy them! A walk in the park!
Nobility's crushing it. Nobility's counterattack on the wall just kind of backfired, losing both the A and the B point almost simultaneously. Going to have to fall back towards the base point. I don't think Kiba's going to be able to contest the B point, losing the major supply point. Left-hand supply point is pretty much one of critical supply point, I would think, for the defenders. You can't really work out a good defense plan on the right-hand side supply point, but you can manage it. Not that I've seen anyone do it. Ooh, a lot of resources for Nobility. The unit battle is extraordinarily bad for Kiba here. I think we'll probably only got one good hurrah for Kiba here. They got to really make up for the losses. But unfortunately, they lost so hard in the first 2 battles that I don't even think Nobility took very much damage. Probably losing around about 4-ish units. Still taking an aggressive approach. We do have another Lionfire crew. Hwangdo's doing a little bit of harassment. Not going to get very much. I'm not even sure if they're empowered. No way to know that. Tail MB for sure, for sure. Have a lot of high tier units have been lost. I do think we're gonna see a little bit of an artillery shootout. Lions Roar crew also coming out from Nobility. Oh, a little bit brutal here. Kiba is stacked up really hard. Really great for mortars to just come in and delete a few units. They're going to scatter very shortly. Nobility took up a very, very good position in splitting their forces there, and also only presenting units that would be willing to lose. Seems a lot of players are bringing Poleaxe and Glaive. Maybe I should do that for TW. Poleaxe, very good class, I would think. Their controllability is unmatched among the heroes. I think their catch potential is also extraordinarily good as well. Being heavy armor, they're not easy to kill. Glaive, so many Glaives being out is also kind of strange, actually. I didn't expect Glaive to be so popular. We have 3 Glaives coming out from Nobility here. They're all grouped up right there. Oh, they kind of moved away. There's 2 of them right there at the front. I did see a lot of Paladins in the loading screen, but I guess they just got deleted. Right now, major units, of course, is the Phalanx. We got ISGs out as well. ISG's one of the best shield units in the game with that 2 seconds CC immunity. Does give them a near unbreakable block, although there's plenty of units that will smash that into pieces. And I forgot to turn off that elite. Ah! What have you done?
The strongest will survive.
Oh, very interesting. I don't know why Nobility is going backside. I would have set is the I'm not sure if the invulnerability zone in base is even active right now. That's an interesting thing. I think Kiba has too many ranged units. They really need to shoot them out here. Lions Roar crew down to 8 units. Can get a shot in. Does destroy a lot of those. Wow. Mortars shooting far beyond each other. This is kind of a setup where I would expect the
Walk in the park.
attackers and defenders to be reversed. Nobility finally makes a move. Treb not as effective, but I mean, like, their advantage is so huge, I don't even think it matters. We've got, like, a 3-pronged attack. Daggerak Lancer is fighting in the back there. Daggerak Lancer is looking for the gate flank here. Phalanx just wins the day. Well, not even Phalanx. We got a whole mix of things just winning that center fight. Daggerak Lancers just gets completely stopped by a Phalanx at the gate here. Base point is just going to be taken so easily here, as the Kiba just crumbles into dust. From start to finish, I don't think I don't think Nobility was slowed down at all there. Actually, someone from... Oh, two people from Keeper actually clocked out. Here in the CBL, you only have 2 respawns, so if you get 3 deaths, you are permanently dead. As I kind of expected, but at the same time, watching it is quite a stark contrast to CBLs of the past. The speed and the veracity of the attack was quite spectacular. I do think that there is a lot of mix. We got the Phalanx kind of holding in a really weird first in kind of scenario with a lot of the other units, such as the Cylinders and the shield units, coming in to then destroy. So you leave the Phalanx there in the back, but I'm not sure what I can say about this. Like, maybe a way over reliance on kind of slow DPSing range here. I don't even think the Lions Roar crews were very effective at all. I don't even know who was using the Lions Roar crew, but I don't think you only had UO1? I don't know how to say people's username here. But regardless, we'll see if we're heading on to the second match.
Don't hit like a weakling. What's your business here?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, sorry I wasn't able to reply to chat there. A lot of stuff happens really quickly for CBL matches and stuff. And I would say normally matches are a little bit slower than this, but that was super fast. Unfortunately, Orochi Samurais were used to break down the door. The disarming sweep is quite interesting because its force activation allows them to dry fire their ability, but what's also really surprising is how many Cylinders were out on the field. Does look like Cylinders are the unit of choice. I'm not sure what changes with the Cylinders when Doctrines are available, but a really strong, just a really strong Death Bowl mix of units just eating up the defenders. I think the defenders' choice of units is also really telling. They tried to use ISGs to slow the enemy down, but with Doctrines enabled, you're way off better. You're better off just using high damage units to crush your enemies rather than do anything else. Yes, as far as I know, Wolf Deeds, the Spartan Chosens are disabled for CBL, and rightfully so. Not particularly a interesting... Well, let's put it this way. There is always going to be a meta. Spartans, however, are much stronger than we give them credit. Well, they're way more stronger. Like, at least Nobility even thought about having support units. The Shirt Steiners, really good choice to bring. Heals 60 odd %, and a rapid response as well. Keeping it inside the Death Ball allows them to just smack bang a heal right into the center there. I do also think that it's important to note that any unit that has a healing factor or like a self heal are going to be crazy efficient, can be crazy cost efficient. I mean, I think I saw the Mermilonas and the Men at Arms both doing work, and CBL, I mean, like Conqueror's Blade in general, has been pushing towards very rapid, very fast, high burst gameplay, and this is kind of the culmination of it. So here on the CBL, with access to both, well, with access to all
What's
the
your
units, access
business
to
here?
doctrines, well, all the units minus the Spartan Chosen, um, it's quite fast, much faster. Oh man, I should have a copy and paste for these things. Alrighty, heading on to the second battle, Kiba versus Nobility. I'll be right back. And I am back. Sorry for the small sorry for my small absence. So completely unexpected of what I was expecting from my first CBL cast match in a while, and my goodness, not a lot of Silidars. We got 5 Silidars available. I do love me some Silidars, and I do think there is a lot of range units on Kiba's side. Does seem like they might want to take a slow approach, though. Nobility's really strong infantry presence might just win with aggression again. Though I am wondering how these cavalries are going to work out. Unfortunately, because of how strong the phalanx is, even just one phalanx should be able to manhandle a lot of cavalry. I think it takes around about 3-ish cavalry to overwhelm the hit limit of the phalanx, but that's the caveat there. It takes 3 to overwhelm the hit limit. That means you can get on them with a 4th unit, but I think with doctrines, 70% damage reduction against cavalry, not gonna be the easiest thing. Cavalry have a lot of damage, but there's no way to overwhelm that. I mean, like, cavalry have a lot of damage. You're not gonna have enough damage to just eat through 70% damage reduction. That's just illogical. All the siege towers get pushed once more. Whoa, that was so fast from Kiba. I didn't even see him ride all the way over here. A setup of quite a few culverins. Kiba's looking to end this on the wall. Interesting tread placement. You're there anyway. Probably taking the safe route. You can't afford to die. Middle siege tower goes down. Interestingly that they would destroy the middle siege tower so fast. Normally, without additional assistance, a Mariolones takes a hard hit. Don't think any of them died, though.
Handle. Nothing my
Whoa.
axe can't handle. Nothing my axe can't handle.
I didn't even see them take that much damage. They must have got hit by someone else. Again, another interesting trip. Did that trip? Oh, okay. Not what I thought. How did I not see that coming? How did I not see that coming? So, Nobility actually decides to take out the trebs. They were not actually taking out the siege towers. They were taking out the siege towers, actually, with... By the looks of it, there does seem to be Falconetti gunners shooting siege towers over the wall. Very good position, safe spot as well. Not very many ways to deal with that without going through the front gate and going onto them. Sometimes there's heroes that are able to do that. We do get this, the left-hand siege tower up on the wall. But no trebs. Oh my god. Kiba here on the attack, just not going to have an easy time. Now with no trebs either, they kind of have free reign here to just sit up on the wall. I don't even know why they're hiding. There's one treb. There's one treb you gotta be afraid of. Now, Nobility might be taking a super aggressive route because I think they know that Kiba can't fight them directly. And besides, going up a siege tower is almost an instant death sentence if the defenders even wanted to defend it. The likelihood of attackers actually successfully getting up onto the wall in this scenario, almost zilch. You would have to have an overwhelming advantage on the push. Kiba a little bit slow on the push for the middle siege tower. I honestly would just go through the front gate in this scenario. You know most of... Well, we know as spectators know that Nobility is on the wall. Whether or not Kiba realizes where the majority of their enemies are is another question. Good harassment from the Hrangdos, probably using that arrow rain to shoot them out. I can't imagine how much damage they've dealt already. Being here on the wall, shooting down. I mean, you put them here and shoot. Alice, what are you doing? Probably just got shot up by one of the Hrangdos here. Hrangdos are trying to shoot back. Honestly, I would have you'd have to have the Hrangdos shoot back, sort of, from further away. Right on cue. Massive push. But sandwiched between a rock and a hard place, Nobility does not give them 2 seconds as they instantly just crush. Just instantly crush that. Trying to get a little bit of pick up with a treb, but here it comes. No one's there. Hey! I think it killed one Cylinder. Outmatched just completely here. Hrangdo's also doing amazing harassment. We got the longswords healing up the piles, and I think a little bit of a switch. I'm not sure what use cavalry is going to be, but for the defenders, nobility's got 1 cavalry. Phalanx also here in the front gate. I doubt Kiba would decide for a front gate push this late in the game. They've got to be on the wall in probably about 2 minutes, and I don't think Kiba's going to let them rest. Like, matches are fairly fast, and nobility's just way stronger than Kiba right now, and I think it's just unit composition. I don't even think major or specialty ranged units are kind of not even the major factor here. They do have the Zycalian militia, but the Siladars just walking right up to Kiba and crushing their lines just super fast. Mortars shooting down, and probably I don't think they would let it go like that, but trying to hide most of their units behind the house thing on the wall. Probably that's what nobility was expecting, but I think Kiba using mortars now was a little bit late. They probably would have been able to gain a little bit more space and a little bit more time. Did not push up very well. Nobility responds instantly. I'd stop the push and go back to those mortars, but it might be too late. Kiba also sends out the companions. Not a spread out formation. Companions they're almost dealt with, but they deal with the Hungs. I can barely see what's here at the front here. We do have what seems to be a couple of throws. It does seem like this pile is on fire as they finally munch through.
Child's play.
Nobility's maybe being a bit too aggressive. But they have an overwhelming advantage. I don't think nobility. Yeah, it looks like a forfeit from Kiba's gonna happen.
Nothing my axe can't handle.
How many? No permadeath by the looks of it. Actually, just dying for a 3rd time just now. I think for the last minute or so, nobility just going to throw out, sally out and finish off the remaining. Absolutely terrifying performance from the nobility. I think Kiba really needs to figure out a better strategy, and it's kind of one of the things that I've always kind of said in CBL is that when you can't win against your enemy up front, why do you keep trying to fight it? Why do you keep trying to have a straight fight against an enemy you can't beat? There are many different avenues you can take on a map. Not a lot, but there are a few. Definitely the setup from nobility. Destroying the Trebs, by the way. Absolutely love destroying the Trebs, because when the Trebs are gone, the wall becomes your strongest point. Absolute strongest point. There is no possible way the defenders could lose a wall if you're willing to defend it. To me, I feel that is kind of an unfair advantage for defenders, but it's also just how it's just how the natural siege battles are kind of always favored towards the defenders slightly. But the thing as well is when you have what feels like a stronger quality of troops, the attackers will have no advantage when it comes to attacking because they come through very narrow chokes or very focused points. While nobility has a lot of space to work with. Now, I I kind of throw these things out, but Kima, when attacking on the wall, never created space for themselves. They always bunched up, unable to react, unable to kind of do anything. And surprisingly enough, it's not even through the middle siege tower, which I would always think is the most dangerous siege tower. This is through the right-hand siege tower, which logistically should be easier for the attackers to use. Should be. Not a guarantee here. Not from the looks of what nobility did anyway. And almost doubling the troop kills. Like, there were kills from on either side. But the amount of pressure, just a slight advantage would be for just kills would already snowball in a normal CBL match, but twice the number of kills, that is just a complete wipe for Kiba. Nobility, probably just like starting off, maybe probably one of the stronger teams in the matches. I don't believe I recognize anyone there from Nobility, and it it's a bit hard to say. Well, not hard to say. Honestly, it's really hard to keep up with the players sometimes. I'd love to keep up with players and their play styles, but I just can't. There's so many players on the field, and realistically, your focus is on how their team works and stuff. And what I'm quite surprised about is how little impact the cavalry is having with our first match. I expected a little bit more open space. TW is a little different meta from CBL. Oh, of course. Different game modes are completely different. Regular Siege, Ranked, CBL, TW, all different. There are particular rules that change up the mindset, and there's definitely setups that are completely different. TW, I would expect to kind of be more cav heavy, mostly because logistically it is just faster to throw a cavalry, die, and have someone spawn in as your place. So you're just throwing units at the enemy as fast as you possibly can. You can have a couple of hard points. A good old phalanx would definitely be really good hard points. So, but logistically, fast, hard-hitting units, if you can throw units faster than the enemy can replace them, you basically win. That's kind of how TW works. Because they have essentially an infinite supply of, like, units. Hi, Touch Me Summer. I hope you still stream Conqueror's Blade, or at least you still enjoy it. The next set of matches will start in about 18 minutes. I'll take a break in around about 3 minutes. Well, I'll be, I'll be finishing my food as fast as I possibly can in 18 minutes. No! What? You want me to do? Sit here and talk for the whole 18 minutes? Or you can watch me eat? I think it'd be really disturbing to change this into, like, an eating stream just in the middle of, in the middle of the tournament here. Yum, yum, yum. I'm also really loud. The new skin? It's a Dragon Slayer skin. I'm pretty sure everyone's kind of seen it. Like, what's there to talk? What's there to talk about? Like, let's be real here. Why is my settings so low? Oh, it just looks faded. Oh, come on. All of the legendary skins are super fantasy, but the fact that it's dragon themed, it's like a mythological monster themed kind of thing. Like, I really do like that spatial rip kind of thing. I don't like the dragon fire though. Yeah. This attack is going to... Have they brought out tier 6 units? No tier 6 units just yet. We need like single model tier 6 units that's just like a 16-foot tall. Yes, I main Spear and Shield. I play only Spear and Shield lately, so... I mean, who doesn't? Who doesn't? Surprisingly, you see no Spear and Shields in the CBL. Mostly because Spear and Shield is just logistically useless. But yeah. Really love the spatial rip here. I totally understand the eye kind of thing. But I don't think they needed the eye. I think they just could have had the special rip. Just would have been really cool. I don't understand the I really don't understand like the visual effect for the dragon and the kick looks really good. I hate it though. I hate it. The reason being is because this fire effect is not indicative of the hitbox. And a lot of special effects are kind of like that. They're not supposed to be indicative of the hitbox, but it looks really weird. It just looks really weird when you get hit by it, because it completely blots out your screen. Like, you might not get actually hit by the kick, but you have this in your face. It's just so visually heavy that I have no idea what's happening on screen once that comes out. All I know is that a Spear and Shield had used a kick. I'm not sure what they could have replaced it with, but like the fire, like Dragon Head Sure, really cool. Have like a biting kind of motion, but like a biting kind of motion doesn't make sense. Like it would make so cool for like a choke if you had like a dragon like biting you. In this case, I feel like what they should have done is kind of like, I don't know, like you would need an attack that just look like a phantasmal hand flick, something that just not this, just definitely not this, is going to counter players. No, obviously this is the new legend. This is the new legendary the new legendary spear and shield and spear attire. It's called the Scourge of Cadmus. And it's not supposed to be part of, like... Okay, I know for a really long time that the lore of CB has been completely broken, but I'd hope that they kind of keep it medieval. Unfortunately, that's not true, because they definitely said that, like, we're not a medieval game. Oh, totally. I really hate how they make a really cool skin, lots of visual effects, and then there's no attire that matches the theme. They try to use the Dragon Knight, but you've got purple and black and purple with this texture, like... Where's a good scene that shows off the texture? Like, look at this texture on the dragon. Although it's not as glowy as the promotional art would suggest. I'm guessing this like like in-game versus like other things, but you need an attire or armor set with this kind of texture, or at least the purple, orangey, black schematic, because the Dragon Knight, this Dragon Knight with their gold black armor, red main, doesn't work at all. The attire itself, really cool. Weapon, doesn't match. Not a set. Definitely would not use it with this set. Honestly, because of how distinct this legendary attire is, I would not use it. I would not use it with any existing attires. So that's really sad. Alright, I'll be back in 10 or so minutes. We're going to be watching the APAC Group B, Manu versus Pinnacle. So hopefully I'll see you there. Well, hopefully I'll see you then. But, yeah. I hope the chat was really cool. I do wish to chat some more, but I want to eat my food as well. I'll be back. Oh, and we are back. And holy cow. Talking about frame rate and the lag. My goodness. I just noticed that for some reason on this special server, the CBL Asia server, my my MS is only 150. The the server I regularly play, Jade Rock Creek, it's 280. Why why can't I just get regular MS? Like why can't I just have regular delay? Why is it set so high? Why is it so like for some reason connecting to the server that is closest to me versus connecting to either America or Europe is almost the same. There's only like a 50 millisecond difference between all three servers. And I'm just like, why? Longsword and Shield main, man. Longsword and Shield is good. Like, there is... No. Any of the three major Asia servers is still just as bad. Still just as bad. JC was okay. It was slightly better. I think it's still the best one out of the three. Yeah, but like you're probably in the eastern states. I'm on the western states for some reason. For some reason, being in the western states just I don't know. Like my ISP needs to get his head out of his ass. Yeah. No, unless the game has an Australian server. But good luck with that. There's no way, no one's going to put Australian servers in a country that has like 24 million people. We're almost the same size as like America, if you don't count Alaska, and they have 10 times the amount of people. We're smaller than I think we're smaller than China. Like I think we're smaller than China, like according to landmass, and they have like 100 times more people than we do. Okay, you got me there. I mean, New World is also supported by Amazon, who literally has everything everywhere. But then again, I didn't play New World. Is that still going? I heard it. I heard it had like a new thing. Like it's still going. It's still pushing. Alrighty. We're going to get the Group B matches coming up shortly. We're going to have the battle on Daiso Fort. And I keep forgetting to tell you guys what the pick bans were. Does look like Pinnacle... Does look like banned out... Someone banned out Harbor City with the pick being Daiso Fort. Honestly, haven't actually watched very many Daiso Forts. Like... In general, like, Daiso Fort's just, like, not really a map that I'd expect to come out. Can you still hold the window? Is it still client side? I something about, like, a client side thing where, like, where you could, like, you could essentially freeze your character. By holding the window. Also a question regarding poleaxe. What stats, what you recommend? Okay. Any heavy armor, in general, would want to go armor if you can break the 1,000 armor rating. The reason for this is because at a certain point, the amount of health you would gain from the stats is less than the amount of damage reduction effectively you would receive. So there's this kind of like weird zone. As a poleaxe user, your job is not to actually deal damage. So you would never go strength or agility.
What's your business here?
It's
Don't
just
hit like a weakling.
not how that. I mean, you just never would go strength or agility. That's probably one of the main things.
Come, let me see what you're capable of.
Oh my god, really? Ah, that is a really funny bug where you can like you can something to do with HTML where you can send links in the chat and it would just flashbang people, or you could send them to very bad websites. Anyway, on to the match for Manu versus Pinnacle. Pinnacle defending for the first round with Manu attacking. Does look like to be a different setup, but a lot of Daggerack Lancers. Like, the number of phalanxes is interestingly low. Interestingly low. And the surprising thing is that the number of the number of paladins is actually rather high on the Pinnacle side, but we've got more men at arms on Manu, so we definitely have a kind of like paladin versus men at arms going on. They forgot to update the thing. Oh, that's just evil. That's just evil, Vanguard. If if just big old pixel, I mean big old image of uh big old picture of an image any image, right? As long as like it's big enough, you just bang. Really? You like Daiso Fort, Vanguard? Why is it so misty? Did someone forget to set clear sky? Sometimes, like, I do wonder whether or not this is just an ambient effect when on Daiso, or whether or not it's just like... I feel like this is just the ambient effect of Daiso. It's definitely one of the old maps. Hasn't actually been touched very much. I think the only thing I remember was something to do with this side. I think it was something to do with scaffolding. A couple of the scaffolding was not there or was changed. The front section is basically the same, literally the same, because I remember fighting across here many times. Alright, very standard beginning section. This is kind of like what I expected the CBL matches to start out. We have the two teams shooting the natural artilleries at each other. Once we get to a point, we get the serfs pushing the siege towers. We have two longbows, and my goodness, how I hate longbows. Good thing that they did increase the resilience of pushing, so you don't need as many units to push or continue pushing. But my goodness. What part about this map do you like the best, Vanguard? Putting that pressure down with some Horangdos. My goodness. Look at that range as well. That is some fierce range. Also, I definitely love how straight their trajectory is. Vassal Longbowmen from this range would shoot basically an arc like whee. These guys, not so much. That's like pretty much the Harandos. What they're doing right now is what you would actually see from like if people were to actually shoot arrows at each other. Unfortunately, well, I mean, obviously without the visual effect. Yeah, no. The Iceworld Fort, like any maps that had like walls that were pretty safe, and you could have range shoot down towards the defenders, has always been kind of like that. What's really annoying right now is where are they shooting from? Because I did notice that they were destroying the siege towers, but I didn't know where they were shooting from. And they're shooting from, I would say, impossible to reach locations. This one is just like crazy. I actually have not seen like cannon positions. Not to mention, like I haven't seen like very many matches on the CBL, but cannon positions like these is just like that is some making use of your terrain. Super safe, super safe. Pretty sure they're gonna have to. Oh, they did take an alternate route. They're gonna go through the front gate here. Oh, the last point is really fun. Oi! Shooting fish, like, these guys are like fish in a barrel, but they've already moved, so. We got phalanxes on either side. Yan Yudao's just come in and just sweep through that main section. Oh my goodness! That was an amazing hold. I had like no words right there. I knew what was happening, but it's just like there's a lot of things happening. That was so clean, strong, super strong performance from Pinnacle there. Like I kind of, I say it's like the amount of discipline and stuff, but I know a lot of times players just yeet your units right into the fray, but when the phalanx here, all they had to do was just stand there. They didn't need to do anything because for some reason Manu didn't decide to just push this side. They decided to go around. I don't know why they decided to go around instead of just pushing the phalanx. A lot of times, teams fail to realize that they need to create space. Instead, they take a rush tactic. And the rush tactic only works if you just blast through the enemy. But I think that was not possible. Well, I think it was possible. I think they just weren't successful. I'm not sure if it was an ISG or what kind of shield unit really stalled out Manu there, but Pinnacle, like, it didn't feel like they had a lot of units there. It really felt like a very small number of units winning against a really large number of units there. Oh, no. The Sunward Phalanx are a new addition from the Season of Alexander. They're a tier 5. They're a tier 5 long spear unit. So they have basically, if you remember Fortebraccios, they're Fortebraccios with shields and tier 5.
Nothing my axe can't handle.
And And I think Manu's... I think Manu can't do anything here. I don't think they're going to try another gate push. But a wall climb is... I would like to say... really desperate? I don't think it's going to work out, as Pinnacle just going to catch them here. Not to mention, Yan Yudal's coming out. Sweep away at those infantry. Fight on this side just going to be cleaned up in an instant. And, again, just feeding on through. 4 Tabrashios are out of fashion. Absolutely out of fashion. Ever since the changes to their turn rate back in at the end of Scorpio, I believe. Because during Scorpio, near the end of Scorpio, or at the start of Scorpio, I think, 4 Tabrashios caused a massive issue when they were allowed to pivot and stuff. Manu's Russian here. They don't have very many forces. Daggeric Lancers just swinging on through, though the Orochi Samurais did give them a good poke. I think you lost half your Samurais though. They do have Flamers in the mix by the looks of it, but just pushing on down. Doesn't matter if the Treb hits at this point. Big Treb, but you've lost so hard here. You got a lot of cavalry at the bottom of this stairs, but what can they do? They can't even climb stairs. We got 30 seconds left, but for some reason someone's actually letting them cap it. If you actually capped it at this point, that would just be really, really bad for you, because you're almost out of units. I think you're out of units, actually. Oh, and we can actually view the doctrines that units have. That's cool. Of only the deployed ones. Alright, that makes sense. I wonder what unit this guy used. Only one that actually performed very well. We do have, like, by the looks of it, a very one-sided matches so far. And that's kind of what you expect during the first phase of the tournament. I say the first phase of the tournament. Realistically, I don't think the point race is really a indicator on how strong a team is, because yeah, Manu played before. I remember Danas. Well, I remember who Danas is because it was the only English name I could read. I don't know who these two are. I think they're new. I don't remember seeing these two names either. Yeah, it's always nice. We also have, like, the VN community and VN House still playing, so that's always just really funny. Though, like, the number of times they combined, broke up, and just made an alliance is also really hilarious. I think the members have also changed like 5 times. Pinnacle has a couple of people I remember. Uvu? Oh, I mean, like, it could be a different OVO. I've seen Yo-Yo before. I've seen a person called Sunday, but I don't think it's the same person. Oh, of course. But, like, slot blocking can easily be solved if you just declare an attack. People want to attack without declaring, and there's systems in place. There's no way slot blocking is not going to be an issue. Like, slot blocking is always going to be an issue. You can never really get rid of slot blocking because of just how the game works.
What's your business here?
I don't know why people are playing Ring Around the Rosie here in the match thing. Oh, man. I will say, CB has come a long way. A lot of things have changed, and even from like the last time you played Vanguard, it's a completely different game. The units are different. How they play is slightly different. Like, the last CBL that I casted, it was never this fast. It was also never this clean cut either. Uh, when they say updated the world map, they did a couple of quality of life things. It's nothing special, honestly. Just some UI things. They actually haven't. I don't think they've actually even changed the texture in a while. Alright, the second match is on the way, underway. We're just waiting to get into the observer mode. This time we'll be watching Manu defend. I'm wondering whether or not Manu will try the same tactic. Like, this is the kind of one of the things that it's always just very interesting, is whether or not teams have different tactics on maps, or will they mimic tactics? Here I was getting hyped and you got a kill. I'm sorry. Hopes and dreams is what CB lives off of right now. I will not lie. Hopes and dream is literally what have kept me playing CB. At this point, I don't even know why I still play CB sometimes. It's a real wonder. But I do hope we get to see something exciting here on the CBL, and we definitely do get a lot of really cool things. I love the strategies that come out of these things, but some of the fights, I'm really not feeling it. Whoop, did I type in the wrong password? I can barely see what's happening because of how many units are just stacked on each other. That's also another thing. Like, CB, there is no one there to scratch your itch. It's a game that is so unique, so niche, that you don't have a competitor. It is literally a one-of-a-kind game. There's plenty of one-of-a-kind games, but CB is just so far ahead of like its competitors that there can be no comparison. So if there was another CB game, I'd probably be playing that. But then again, like, you make a better CB game, it's still a very hard task, I would say. So here we are on the second match between Manu versus Pinnacle on Dice World Fort. Interesting to see where the what Manu does in order to send this to a tiebreaker. Pinnacle just needs to win their attack in order to win this round. Well, win this match. Battle match. Ah, man. I get confused with my terminology here. Because this is a best of 3, possible of 3 matches here. Though we do get a quite similar setups. Love to see some Iron Reapers out on the field, but Phalanx does seem to be a mainstay, though not in numbers, just a couple. Orochi Samurais come in now and again, but I don't think they've seen very much effectiveness. Once again, we are seeing a little bit of a battle between the naturals, artillery. Will Manu take a same approach and start putting down some artillery? It does look like artillery is coming down. Locations are quite far from one another. Doesn't look like they're coordinating very well. Treb onto the... What are you doing? Oh, that's an interesting musket you have there. Muskets. I think that looks like a pike there. Musket. Whoopsie daisy. Middle siege tower about to hit the wall. Probably going to get destroyed. We got Falcon Any Gunners shooting down on it. Right hand side probably will get onto the wall. Probably waiting for the last shot. Whoa! Goes wide! That last shot probably would have sent it down, but it goes too high. This siege tower also makes it to the wall. 2 siege towers out of 3. It's not even 90 degrees. Also, like, I'm pretty sure that's navigatable. Like, you could literally just walk. I think that's the highest you can get. We're not playing Skyrim here, where you can climb near... Oh my goodness. Men-at-Arms getting caught. Look at that death squad. The strongest unit in the game is just 15 heroes. Just 15 heroes. Any unit versus 15 heroes will win. Manu just gives up the wall after letting 2 of the siege towers get on. Unfortunately, not a strong performance so far for the A point, but no major battles just yet, so I'll hold my judgment against Manu for their defense, because you got lots of opportunity. You got lots of opportunity here to kill off the attackers, but do mind attackers also have a lot of resources to use to dislodge defenders. We'll see where they're heading. Does look like to the far side supply point. Well, the supply point near C here. I do expect a couple of artilleries. Does look like these mortars might be used to smash the bottom of the stairs here. Let's see if it starts coming through. Though they are just going for ones they can see. Mortars don't particularly do a lot of damage, but it still hurts. The AoE is probably the most damning thing. Wow, 2 hits on the Harangdos. Very bad if you get hit. Whoa, Paladins! Hello! Charging down. Gets a couple of hits.
Blood.
We have 2 sets of Harangdos. Also, Harangdo fight. Whoa! Missing out on a fight here at the front here. We do see some burning. There's a Shenji grenade. Very, very one-sided fight so far. Not sure if it was just the sheer manliness of the attack. I would say that the Wu Wei actually almost got cost effective there. Maybe? They killed half of the Rochis. Not what I like to see, but regardless. Pinnacle just crushing it right there. Super fast. Definitely do think the combination of Shenji grenades. Whoa, there was also the Psychelium Militia. And the... oh man. The Siphonarioids. All three special units probably definitely turned the tide. Well, definitely gave Pinnacle a massive edge. I don't think I saw any specials from Manu there. Though we do have the Falconetti Gunners out. Nothing like a good old classic Zychelian Militia or the Siphonarioids to just set your enemies on fire. Well, Vanguard, right now the defense is not looking so hot. I do think that they were at a disadvantage because they don't have their own specials out on the field. And it does look like there's no specials to be seen. These Shenjis are still 13 out of 13. And, I'll be honest, one Shenji grenade into these phalanxes, I don't think those phalanxes are going to stand for very long. Brutal Trev comes in, hitting the heart of the formation. We have 3 sets of Daggerak Lancers about to come through. They come swinging, chomps that backside, and catches the men-at-arms in a... the advancing phalanx. You should have just stood your ground. Maybe you would have had a chance to kill some of the Daggerak Lancers, but they're still charging through somehow. Phalanx magically wins against those Daggerak Lancers in attack mode, surprisingly. But regardless, it is a clean sweep from Pinnacle. Took less than 5 minutes for that one. Or maybe 5 minutes. Nothing like a good old phalanx. Killing a whole phalanx unit to pad out your kills. 40 models, by the way. And look at the hero kills on this guy. 5 hero kills. A lot of hero kills, like, in CBL, getting a high number of hero kills is actually really impressive because of the death restrictions. There's only 45 kills you can get, and 5 kills is a pretty high number. I think I've seen double-digit kills before, but Manu, what are you doing? You're definitely playing it slow. You definitely got some positioning issues. You're letting the enemy kind of play you like a fiddle here. Massive, massive difference. 3 times your kills. This is worse. Nobility versus Kiba was about 2 times, but this is 3 times. Well, I think Manu's expertise in either offense or defense doesn't really match up against Pinnacle. Though, then again, Pinnacle could just be a better team. Manu has a lot of work cut out for them if they want to compete here in the CBL. Can't really say much in matches that don't really demonstrate the the skills and knowledge of the teams. It's just there's very clear advantages that Pinnacle just has that for some reason Manu is not taking note of. Oh yeah, definitely more organized. I don't think at any point Pinnacle like looked like they were unsure of anything. Manu's positioning for like the artillery, very sketchy. Not to mention, like I don't know what that guy on the on like shooting that Culverin at the hero there was doing, but seriously, letting that middle siege tower get up when it was on a slither of health, you had Culverins available. I don't know why you waited so long to destroy it. I saw a cannonball go wide, and it was just like, what? How could you miss?
What's your business here?
They're pretty big targets, but I mean, at the same time, it it's not it's not the easiest thing to set up Culverins in a position to shoot a siege tower. There's definitely sometimes I place a Culverin and it just gets it. I just hit the top of like a wall or something. I still want to believe that like I still want to believe that Manu probably had as experience because I do think they've been in the CBL before, but maybe not on Dicewell because I have rarely seen Dicewell on CBL. Like last CBL, I saw it once out of the 30 odd matches. So definitely, probably Pinnacle's choice was the Dicewell. I want to feel like both Pinnacle and Nobility are probably the stronger teams, and probably teams that will definitely make it into the top 8. Actually, let's take a look at all of the teams. You see much Heilong Fjord these days? Heilong Fjord is like the third most popular map for like the EU. It's we got one Heilong Fjord actually with Mama Mahmood Mama Mahmood Tien Denji versus Vian House Elites. Otherwise, we got VN Community versus Frank GGG on Wallfort. So it's actually quite interesting that we have. Oh, hang on, no. If I'm okay, no, maybe I'm reading that wrong. It's Hidden City, Dicewell Fort, Wallfort, Dicewell. Oh, that's brutal. 2 Dicewells. Okay, maybe not any Heilong Fjords for today, but Heilong Fjord is definitely really popular on the EU side. Like, for some reason, EU loves Dicewell. I mean, EU loves Heilong Fjord. Right now, for some reason, we have 2 Dicewell battles gonna happen. We also have Dark of Comet coming back. That's good. Dark of Comet was really good team. Yeah, you should check out, I think you can still watch the Conqueror's Blade devs, and it's in the, previous, yeah, like, in the previous videos kind of thing, so definitely probably watch a couple of the EU ones. Though I do think the last time I watched the Heilong Fjord, one of the Heilong Fjord matches, they're pretty much this similar, kind of like a wash here. Alright, the next battle will start in 20 minutes. My goodness. You know, I remember when CBL would be scrambling for times if it went to a field battle, but when matches end this fast. Oh yes, the Harangs. Yeah, okay. So Vanguard, if you haven't been keeping up with the seasons right now, they released. Well, I mean,
Let loose the dogs of war.
the Houndsmen are technically archers, but let's just say they're a bit special. The Harangs that are released this season, the Korean archers, are much better, to say the least. If you weren't here for my like earlier explanations, the Harangs like have this cool or mechanic where they get more damage as they kill units. Yeah. So the really cool things about the Harangs is that their flying pedals aims for the head. I think that's the coolest thing. Absolutely coolest thing. Just so you know as well, any projectile attacks that hits the head is double damage. It's double damage. And it is amazing. Amazing. I'm not sure if it stacks multiplicatively with backshots or other things. And could possibly crit, because those are separate things. But yeah, the Harangdos have heroic bloodshed. They kill 30 units. They get like a 20% damage increase. If you go top line, it becomes 35. And also, they have a second threshold where if you get 120 kills, they increase by another 35. So you can get a super jacked archer unit that does 170% of its normal damage. And they deal like 80 hang on. They deal like 1600 damage, and let me just pull out calculator here. Multiply by 1.7. Raw damage wise, they'll be dealing 2750-ish. Probably gets shot down to 22, maybe 2k, but my goodness, like basically they're supposed to be short range because they only have a range of like 75 or I think it starts at 60, it goes to 75. But because of how their range trajectory is, and they don't have a terminal, how to say, projectile limit, unlike the Vassal Longbowman, whose projectile limit terminates at around about 130. I think there's an issue with the Hrangs having a stupidly long range, but you have to use the arrow rain doctrine to get them to shoot that far. Not technically like a longbow unit, but as you saw in some of these CBL matches, when Arrow Rain's active, they're basically a longbow unit. The Hangdos are basically the best archer unit you could possibly ask for in this game. They have like 4,000 base health, so they're not squishy. Well, they're not as squishy, but they're not easy to kill. Like, you won't have an issue of a random ass long sword running up to your Hangdos and just clash of shielding all of them, like all of the other tier 4 units that would just get completely deleted like that. But you also have an issue with like Glaive. Oh, I mean, like Glaive's got buffed, so there's that. But yeah, they don't have a bleed mechanic, and they buff the armor pen. Though the armor pen's not exactly high. 18, I think 1800 if you go top line. If you go bottom line, it's only like 1600. So it's adequate. There are very few units that would have enough armor to really cause an issue with armor pen. Again, you only realistically need a roughly around about 50%. Oh, sorry. You would only need roughly around about twice the amount of armor pen to armor in order to deal significant damage. I think the sweet spot realistically is the tier 4 trash. If you're talking about this season's Wolf Deed, it's the I'm not sure. The Tiger Fists, they're not trash. They're okay, they're trash according to the meta. The meta is always just a very hyper-focused zone where it becomes very skewed because of how few units are in the meta. So the Tiger Fists are above average, but the average is really wide. They're not top tier because they can't even survive against the meta. So it's like really weird. Oh, okay, so it's not like most of the arrow units where if there's armor, it's like you're shooting rubber arrows. Oh, I mean, I want to say no, but kind of. Like, you still have that issue. There are different, like, if you were to shoot at something like an Iron Reaper, you're dealing minimal damage. So there are some armor, like heavy armor units, where it's just like, I'm dealing barely any damage. It's going to take tens of arrows to kill it. But you deal a lot of damage. Like, it's an actual tier 5 ranged unit. I don't know how to explain it better than that. Like, the amount of DPS out of this tier 5 ranged unit is probably, like, once you have Heroic Bloodshed stacked, it is higher. It is probably the highest damage output you will see. Alright, I'll be back in 10 minutes, guys.
I'm nobody.
song of the world. Let me see what you're 今日方知，我是我。
Okay, so like Vanguard, if you haven't, so masteries. If you haven't been around for masteries, um, Condottieri's received a mastery recently. I think around about a month ago now, and my goodness, like there were two things. There was a direct buff and a mastery. So what the direct buff did was give the shock attack 2, hit limit of 2. So they increase it by 1. So they're dealing twice the amount of damage that they did before. And the mastery gave them a power shield bash. Now the cool thing about the power shield bash is that the power shield bash actually causes a daze. I think it's a daze to heroes. So PTSD, but I love it. Condottieri's CC heroes again for the first shield bash. The first shield bash of shock attack will be a power shield bash. This also does 30% more damage than a regular shield bash. Condottieri's are crazy, crazy strong. They are. Oh yeah, for sure. Condottieri's like. They're definitely a unit where.
Weakling.
Oh, what? They started the match early. Ah, dang it. I wonder how much I've missed. Sorry guys, I didn't realize that they started the match already. Was it a Oh, I'm so confused. They didn't fix the names. Oh no, there we go. There's the names fixed. Oh, I literally just caught it as it started. Nice. Nice. We're eating good tonight. Oh my goodness. So, my goodness. We are on Wolford with VN Community versus Frank GGG. Though I didn't get to catch the unit selections, let's have a brief look at the units here. A lot of pike units. Interesting choice. I think, oh man, it's really hard to just kind of keep in mind all of the units I've taken a look before. Medals are piss. Medals have been buffed so many times, but they refuse to buff them in a way that, like, would actually make them good. It's actually amazing how fast those men-at-arms just crushed that Silidar. Oh, 2 shots onto those paladins there. Very unfortunate. Though, really good catch. Oh! didn't see the cavalry sally out there on the backside. They didn't open the front gate. Oh, what? Is that a visual bug? Oh, okay. If I'm a certain distance away, it will look like... Yeah, it'll look like it's closed. But the gates are open. That's an unfortunate visual bug. I don't know how to fix that. Once it's destroyed, that'll fix itself, but I think I can't change the settings. Maybe it's a setting thing that I can fix, but maybe not. Off to a really good start. VN community, like, there's not much I can say. Like, I would not be able to respond to something like that either. A couple of units getting caught out. Losing out a Paladin, a Halberdier Sergeant, Cylinder, Men-at-Arms, and a Halberdier. Don't need to worry about the Metallators. Barely losing anything, in fact. Couple of Men-at-Arms, couple of Paladins, couple of Companion Cavalry. Companion Cavalry probably hurts, but there's 27 of them. Biggest cavalry unit in the game. Last I played was June in 2023. Past that, I have no idea what happened. Man, that's a long time. Almost coming up on 2 years now. So Frank Triple G has a big advantage right now. Each unit, I would say, is a massive advantage. Considering that, like, how units, how warbands are set up, you are likely to only get two really good units, but like it's a 3-unit setup kind of thing. So there's only 45 possible units that could be good in battle, and every single one is super important. Defending SG, I disagree. There is a caveat here that I think is really important. Doctrines in the CBL is allowed. Paladins versus Men-at-Arms without Doctrine, Paladins 100%. There's no way Men-at-Arms in their natural state compete against Paladins. But when we include Doctrines, the Stamina Doctrine 5 that adds a +1 to their charge, allowing them to hit 2 instead of 1, is a massive increase to Men-at-Arms' major damage skills, to a point that I think that they can compete against Paladins. Not only can they compete, but logistically in large-scale battles where you have units rotating, it's actually more desirable because of how their burst is loaded into a single charge. Meaning that they can kill, on a large scale, they can kill enough Paladins in one go to make up the difference over the next I think it's 9 seconds between charges. And that's really important, because when we come to large-scale battles and multiple units, it can have a cascading effect where it pushes the advantage to the side who has higher burst damage. Paladins are really good in long and extended fights because default, their basic attack hits hard. Default, they're really tanky. But they're still generic. They have no burst skills. Like, Paladins have no burst skills. They have a heal. They have a lot of things going for them. But they're like an endurance fighter compared to Men-at-Arms, who are kind of like a rush. But let not fool people here either. Men-at-Arms also have a persistent 3% healing per second, which is absolutely disgusting. That alone is probably one of the paladins are pretty durable. They have a little bit of a heal. Men-at-Arms 3% healing is a ridiculous threshold to kind of beat out. Yes, doctrines being available changes a lot of things, and not sure if it's for the better or for the worse. We have VNC coming out here onto the supply point. Got the phalanx in the rear, got phalanx in the front. Nice shield wall. We've got one cannon shooting from Frank here. Frank, where's your cannons? I saw them here. Why aren't they shooting? Charge straight in. The entire front line just collapses in an instant. VNC just disappears in mere moments. I am wondering exactly what happened. I don't believe it was the Siphonaries, and I don't believe the damage from the Lion's Roar was that significant, because it went mostly into the shield. Yeah, Vanguard, you weren't here for masteries, but Men-at-Arms, like, they went crazy strong.
A walk in the park. Child's play. Ashes to ashes, dust
Really
to dust.
devastating
A walk
defeat
in the
right
park.
there. Oh, are they down one person? No. I'm pretty sure that wasn't before. I think... Oh no. He's DC'd. Holy Benvy is DC'd. I think he came back now. Hopefully. Hopefully he spawns in. He's just selecting units. Oh my god, no. Okay, so... Oh, I mean, a 14v15 is nothing, like, super terrible, but terrible nonetheless. Holy Benv also DC twice by the looks of it. And you have to, and here in the CBL, connection issues are your own problems. They're not going to give you any concessions just because of disconnections. And disconnecting is, like, it's a normal thing that we're gonna have to deal with. We don't have perfect internet. We don't have, I mean, I don't think anyone can really just disregard connection as not an issue, but we're just gonna have to live with these issues. Oh yeah, Vanguard, you saw that? These Rangdos just shooting so far. Like, Vassal Longbowmans from that distance actually wouldn't reach all the way to the sea point, but easily reaching. Even now, look at that. We've got 2 Rangdos for the defender's side. I would not be surprised if VNC feels a little bit of pressure. The cannons also shooting a hole right through that section there. Men-at-Arms just gets completely destroyed. Here comes a cavalry going onto the phalanx rear attack, instantly destroyed.
Efendimiz'i onurlandıracağız.
Trying to keep those Farangdos alive. Frank's being super aggressive as Men-at-Arms come up to chase. Barely any time left. I do think VNC is at its at its wit's end as it's trying to just force their way through for battle. Companion cavalries are still quite strong, though the popular usage of Daggerack Lancers is telling to how their current strength right now. A good old classic cavalry charge is nothing to scoff at. Out comes Daggerack Lancers right in. Does look like classic charge does lose out against the Rally to Me. Rally to Me does have a fascinating counterattack, which is quite strong. More weaker now. The new helmet room, which deals AoE damage upon death. Yeah. Doctrines are allowed in the CBL runes are also allowed in the CBL, so we'll be seeing a lot of those on-death effects. Love to see some Retiari down on the field. Unfortunately, did not get a good shot there. Gets cleaned up by the companions, though. We do have victory for Frank here. I did suspect that Frank probably had a more traditional setup. Does seem like the more popular setup kind of baiting into like the popular setup kind of on the Frank side here. But all the teams so far does seem to have relatively similar units, going with a lot of phalanx, paladins, or men-at-arms. Maybe. I don't think I saw too many specials. I mean, not special, like special tier 5 infantry. So we got either the Silidars seem to be something of a rather a popular pick, but out of the cavalry, no tier 5 cavalry by the looks of it. Not surprising because of how strong Phalanx is, but Daggerack Lancers are still a major part of the lineup. I think this is the first match where we saw Companion Cavalry is still very strong. Out here on an open map like Wallfort, I think fast cavalry in particular, are going to be very much more important in terms of like situations where speed is of the essence. Unfortunately, though, I don't think it came in as a factor, as Frank amazingly put on a lot of pressure from different angles. VNC created lots of issues for themselves, and I think Frank also had a really good time with the Harangdos as well. Like, my goodness, the pressure on that range. Like, this is the kind of power of range which I love to see and expect, because people underestimate how effective range can be as a pressuring tool, and it's not easy to just stand there and just take it sometimes. As we can see, the difference is in terms of kills to kills on either side is about 2-1. VNC really needs to kind of find their own pace here. They fell into Frank's G's pace, especially from the get-go. A little bit of a sally out, catching 5 units. VNC must have felt pressured then, and I bet they'll feel pressure even more, since we're gonna probably see them struggle on the defense as well. A lot of times I would think teams are more coordinated while attacking, and an aggressive defense will really demonstrate how effective they are in organizing. But a defensive defense just shows how passive one team can be, and here on CB, I don't think you can be passive nor defensive. Hey, Kirigi! Thanks for the raid. Oh, man. I don't remember the last time I, like, streamed and stuff, but if I have the opportunity, I will try to raid you back as well. Do you know what game you were playing just recently? Because I didn't happen to check out your stream earlier. We're here watching the CBL for the APAC region, and we're on to the third set of matches for today, VNC versus FGGG. Right now, FGGG has won their first match, so we're going to be seeing if VNC can win on their defense here on Wall Fort. Vassals are not bad. Like, I don't... Vassals have long been a situation of where they don't deal enough damage, but their range just make up for their lacking, because they had such a big uptime. And especially since that, like, against other ranged units, they basically one-shot everything. Like, if it's a ranged unit, a Vassal Longbowman will one-shot it. But the Horongdos are just good against everything, because they deal adequate damage against everything. It's a tier 5 unit, mind that. Vanguard, there are so many people that would join you. I'm pretty sure it's like... I don't want to say that, like, the community hates ranged units, but it feels like the community hates ranged units. At least the ones on Discord. Yes! Best Veins suck it. Vassal Longbowman's a meta. But on all seriousness, I mean, like, the Horongdos are probably... It's a tier 5 ranged unit. Their cost right now... Oh my goodness. How much do Vassal Longbowmans cost? Like, I feel like the cost is only like 40 or 35 more than Vassal Longbowman. Vassal Longbowman costs 245. Horongdos cost only 270 right now. That's only 25 more leadership, and you get an objectively superior ranged unit if you have the Arrow Rain Doctrine. Otherwise, the short range of the Horangs are not good. I wouldn't say they're short range. They're just not particularly as long a range in comparison. How long? I would think that, like, people have estimated their range to be like 160 or something. I'm not particularly sure on the range myself. Not that didn't have the opportunity to test something like this. I just don't like measuring doctrines as a factor of balance. Mostly out of spite, but it's also just because there's so many variations of optimal doctrines as well. Alrighty. On to the second match between FGGG and VNC here on Wolfort. Taking a very quick look at the units. We got about a minute. Paladins do seem to be the more popular pick, but we do got a couple of men-at-arms. Cavalry still being picked, though it is the Daggerack Lancers being the majority here. We do see a Winged Hussar. I did see the Winged Hussar icon last time. We didn't get to see a good charge out of them, unfortunately. This set of matches, not very many. Not very many poleaxe. The previous matches had a lot of poleaxe users were very popular in the previous two matches. I don't know why they're not as popular here. I think they were like I think there's a good spread of like classes. You'll only see about 3 at most of any one class. There doesn't seem to be like a direct majority. I also think it also has to do with the fact that we're probably in the weird territory zone where it's CBL and the attributes are set. Like, all of your equipment are standardized, so the only things you can play with is the attribute distribution. Alright, starting off slow. Both sides looking to use the naturals. We got the short sword looking to climb, I think. Yeah, gotta probably destroy several of those things. Very surprising, going to leave the B side free open. I don't think that's a smart move, but it gives the attackers some time. No wasted effort, I would say. That's also true, Alice. Poleaxe on the live servers is not very popular. Not in the APAC region. Worse, I don't mean to be, like, serverist, I would say. But the Asian servers are way more aggressive. So, offensive classes are much more preferred. That's why medium armor classes you will see a lot of. What is surprising as well is the Nodachi picks. I'm actually not sure why Nodachi are being chosen. Especially since tier 5s and tier 4s should be too difficult to handle as an Nodachi. But I could be wrong about that. Especially since you don't have the extra... Or maybe you do. If you could help me clarify, Alice, do you guys have the extra attributes, or did that not go through? Not a surprise. Nodachi's life-stealing off Phalanx, who are very easy to kill, but again... Look at that range! My goodness! If that tower wasn't in the way, so much pressure. So much pressure. Oh, I love this. I love this destruction. Unfortunately, where's your defense? Not supply point push, but onto the C push. Very slow to react. VNC lost critical time. Rushing over now. They're not going to be able to get onto the point without a fight. Siphonario is shooting straight over. Burning that first section up. Oh no! Zykeelian militias do throw, but no hard hits onto the... VNC does touch the point, but it does look like they're going to get pushed off really fast. Winged Hussars get halfway through that advance, but gets killed. VNC slow to react and unable to push them out. I think Frank is just going to go to the C point and go straight to the base point. I think they can just ignore the supply point here. Otherwise, this could be a bleed out situation. Nope. This is going to be a rush situation. Straight on to the final point. VNC's going to have to cut them off. This is where speed is of the essence. Good matchup here for VNC. Could catch. VNC leads their Dagger Lancers all the way around. Crushing. Instant evaporation of those 2 units. Unfortunately, a second lineup is coming through. Dagger Lancers also coming out for Frank here. Phalanx catches a probably a second round. Whoa! We have cavalry coming in from the left, coming in from the right. Surprisingly, this Phalanx pile is still surviving. Deep in the enemy line. It's going to get trebbed here as well. Desperate. I don't know why you would sacrifice the cavalry in this scenario, but they probably want to clean them up fast. Frank does capture the supply point with a respawn. Dagger Lancers coming swinging. Sweeped up through. Don't think it hit anything. But here on the backside, a lot of damage. Doesn't seem like going to kill any of those Iron Reapers. Putting pressure onto the supply point. VNC has a longsword on the supply point in the back there. Does get killed off. Let's calm down as we take a look at what has happened. My goodness. Very, 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 very aggressive push. VNC very late. And this is kind of what happens when you're a little bit passive. Not very many deaths from VNC. One set of deaths, almost one set of death for every member of Frank here. One person down to 2. Whoa, hang on. There's 4 people that didn't die from Frank. That is some disgusting range. But Hernando's probably got another 12 seconds on that arrow rain. Gotta push them up just a little bit. Look at that headshot. Not to mention super accurate. Alright, just take a look at some of the units while we're waiting for them to kind of beat each other up with mortars. VNC does look to be at a loss here. They probably got one good fight, then we're going to have to piecemeal it. Very surprising what gains Frank got. Whoa, what did I do? Very surprising what kind of gains Frank got. Oh no. They've taken the supply point here. The defenders don't have very many units anyway, but it would not be wise to let the attackers have it. Regardless, they could throw units at VNC and win. There's so much time left over as well. Phalanx charging. Well, Phalanx advancing here. Oh my god, I can't not get a good angle here. They trebbing themselves, but I don't think they care. Because they're just going to get new units. Ziladars try to come in from a flank, but a really strong performance wins this battle, wins the stair battle, going on to the point here. I do think the cavalry took heavy damage trying to take the halberdiers out, but I don't think the halberdiers were adequate enough to deal with them. Frank just crushing VNC with a good old death bowl. This was a really exciting battle. Very, very indicative of what I expect from CBL. A good performance from VNC this time, but unfortunately just not logistically efficient. Losing out plenty of important units. You gotta keep active as well. Frank had so much room to maneuver and twice striking where VNC was weak. VNC passive defense. Always not in the right place to counter Frank. If anything, it felt like Frank was the defenders and VNC was the attackers. But Frank, obviously being an aggressive team, took the advantage quite easily. No stats. Okay, that's really interesting. I thought they... Okay. So you're telling me that the extra attributes didn't happen? So you guys don't have... Well, I mean, I didn't want to conclude since I made my account later, but... Only 700 standard leadership, no additional bonuses. That's, I mean, I prefer it that way. But doctrines, not so much. Doctrines definitely open up the door to a lot of things which I think are problematic. But regardless, I will still cast the CBL because CBL is an exciting experience because you get to watch some really cool fights between organized teams, and very unfortunate for how VNC reacting here. Frank, however, taken all the right moves. I'm just wondering whether or not if VNC was more confident in spreading themselves out, would Frank have been able to blast through VNC so easily? Nah. From what I remember, the... Oh, wait, no. Yeah, it's Dragon... Is it Dragon Blood? Unreconditionable. Cannot be reforged. So these are reforged stats, so they gave you the reforged version. I can't for the life of me remember if the weapons themselves are special. They're special versions that you can't get, but you might... No, they're blue schematics. Yeah. They're legendary blue schematics versions. I think. Could be wrong about that. So no plus stuff, so no extra attributes. That's fine.
Don't hit like a weakling.
Ugh. So, Frank does win their set of matches. We'll be watching... Oh, man, it's right here. So, we'll have a third set of matches starting at 10 o'clock. That's in 25 minutes for Mamamood Denji versus VN House Elites. Although VNC and VNH do sound similar, they are actually different communities. VNC is a split off from what I remember. It's supposed to be a split off from VN House. VN House being a long time CBL participant. I think one of the oldest, in fact. I think now, since Crusaders is no longer around, VN House is the only team that I believe that has been around since the beginning. Otherwise, there are probably players that have probably switched around and stuff. Not that, like, it's easy to keep track of players. It's not like there's a whole history on players and stuff. Information is quite scarce when it comes to these things. But talking about like the armor and things, I'm taking a look at the current stats. You're honestly not going to be in a good position as a heavy armor with only 1,707 no, 1,083 armor. 1,083 armor is not particularly high. Considering units have doctrines, I don't think heavy armors are popular because units just deal so much damage. Since I have you here, Alice, tell me, what happened in your battle versus nobility? I did see you there on Kiba. It did feel like nobility was crushing you at every turn. But then again, we got a lot of one-sided matches today. Nobility, Pinnacle, now FGGG. I'm wondering if we're gonna get a close battle. Hopefully. I expect a lot from VN House. I was not surprised. They broke down the front gate with Orochis and just blasted through your... I mean, let's be honest. Lion's Roar, as devastating as they are, the DPS between shots is 10 seconds. You have a lot... 10 seconds is a really long time. And you only had a shield at that point, so very slow to react. It's not a surprise, but at the same time, it's just like, what were you going to do? Just rush to the gates? I think even if you guys rushed to the gates, you would not have made it in time to save the Lion's Roar crew, because they blasted through that shield in less than 5 seconds. And I'm pretty sure that Lion's Roar crew was dead by 10 seconds. Maybe someone could actually take a look at that. We'll probably refrain. Okay, no, that was obvious. You guys only went through one siege tower. And twice, you guys decided to stand there. And one person goes out at a time. A lot of standing around. While they just kind of went together. Like, probably you guys weren't working as well as together before. I didn't like the push, but I'm not so involved with planning this time, so have no choice but to follow through. Hey man, planning, teamwork, that's all part of CBL. And to be honest, good planners are super important. It's also why I think... it's very unfortunate though. I don't really consider the HLL to be very, how to say, competitive, but because it was on the live server and it used epic artillery, but the performance from Ecliptos during the HLL was way better than any of their previous performance. And from what I understand, it's because you guys were... Kosand was leading the strategy team at that time. I'm not sure if you were part of Ecliptos there, Alice, but yeah. I kind of feel like that. You have not been around, but there has definitely been sally outs of just full-on cav, and I love them. It's a really classic, very bold strategy but you want a YOLO with Cav? I think I have some recordings, some old matches. Some of the best moments have always been pitched battles where it's similar to, like, I love a good old field battle. If anything, I feel like field battles are the most dynamic when it comes to fighting on CB. And I would definitely love to try a full Sally every time. I mean, people really react really fast the moment you pull out the strategy, the Sally strategy. It's really hilarious, but it really depends sometimes as well. Right now we're in a balance where Phalanx existence really terrible for cavalry. But if you can count phalanxes and you have more cavalry than phalanxes, out on the open field, you can actually easily, I say this from my personal experience, I think you could easily deal with the phalanxes if you had more cavalry than phalanxes. But there's a lot of logistics as well. There's more than just one unit in a warband. There's 3 units in a warband, and the number of good cavalry, especially since none of the tier 5 cavalry are cost efficient right now, or I say not cost efficient, but the tier 4 are just way stronger than their leadership gives them credit. And popularity of the Daggerak Lancers as well. A sally out of 15 Daggerak Lancers, I'm wondering whether or not you could pull it off. I would definitely love to see a full commit of Daggerak Lancers. Iron Cap Scouts, I don't think no matter how many Iron Cap Scouts you throw out a Phalanx, you're gonna kill it. Really? Oh, I might have to check the VODs for the EU matches then. Would definitely love to see a good old Sally out. Even if it's not successful. There's a lot of unsuccessful Sally outs. I think the most hilarious one was a Sally out on Harbor City. I don't remember who, or no. Not Harbor City. They're 2 different ones. I think it was Harbor City, actually. And it was Chevaliers. A lot of Chevaliers with crossbows. What? You have doctrines enabled. Why hasn't anyone thought about Chevaliers? Now that I'm thinking about this. Really hilarious. I want to see Chevaliers. I want to see Chevaliers and Demez Crossbowmen's sally out. I want to see it. This CBL. Someone do it, please. They sallied out with 2 Marionettes and 1 Iron Cap Scout was versus, yeah, buddy. Oh, okay. Oh, no, I think I watched that one. They got caught at the front gate. They got caught at the front gate, didn't they? They literally got caught at the front gate. And they failed, and they lost. HET? I don't know the names for the EU teams. Ugh. Nothing more brutal than trying than trying to command your units while the hero is just getting yeeted or just getting CC'd into oblivion. There's a lot of times when I'm playing the game, and then there's just some dude just on my hero as I'm trying to control my units, and I'm just like, what are you doing? And then he just picks me up, throws me away. Or kicks me away. And it's just like, ugh. I just want to control my units. That's why I like playing longsword sometimes. I don't have to care about getting hit, because I won't die. Three phalanxes. Yeah, probably, yeah. That's the issue right there. The phalanxes are the issue. The reality is, it's just really simple. The phalanxes are just so OP against cavalry. You need minimum of 3 cavalries. No, sorry. You have to overwhelm a hit limit of 80. That means you have to have enough cavalry models to not only survive the damage from the phalanx, but also to, like, not survive, but, like, eat up as many hits as they possibly can. And even some of the tankiest of cavalry will still get one-shotted. I think a minimum of 3 cavalry just to eat the hit limit, and then you need enough damage to kill the phalanx. But a single cavalry won't deal enough damage to kill a phalanx with doctrines. And that's really bad, because it means that just with 3 phalanxes, you could probably deal with 15 cavalry front on. Give or take. Give or take. But I'll be back in about 10 minutes. We'll see the battle between Mamamoo Denji versus VN House Elites. So I'll see you guys then. Oh! It's on Hailong Fjord. I was wrong. I don't know how to read the pick band. Like, I'll be honest with you, this pick band thing is just so scuffed. I think they banned Daisuo Fort. Okay, no. I'm just reading it wrong. It actually has pick bands. I thought it was left-hand side were all picks and right-hand sides were bands, but no. So I believe MMMD banned Daisuo Fort and VN House picked Hailong Fjord. So we're gonna see a battle on Hailong Fjord, VN House attacking first. God. Hey! Courtier Retinue Lover. Man, I love my Chevaliers. Too bad they're trash, but the pinnacle of just mass cavalry is Chevaliers plus Courtiers. That is, I think you can have 35 models in total, times 15. Let me bring out a calculator because I can't. Oh wait, no. That's 435. Is it 435? I feel like that's a bit low. But anyway, 435 cavalry models out on the field, plus another 15, so that's 450. Now I feel like I've done something wrong. Yeah, no, I underballed it because 525 cavalry models. If you had 15 Chevaliers plus Courtiers, then plus the 15 heroes would get you 540 horses on the field. Oh, that would be so exciting. Oh, they start the match early. Dang it. And you're banned. Whoopsie daisy. Goodbye.
I'm nobody.
Let me see what you're
I'm a small streamer. I do this for fun. There's no repeal. So goodbye.
You look tired, my friend. Maybe song come your nerves.
I grabbed some extra water. We should. This match started early, so I think they just want to get this over and done with. And again, I think an hour is good. If it's a best of 3, an hour set, because we could go into a third match, and I do hope someone sends it to a third match, because I love good old grassland. Though I would think a Wooding Mountain match could be interesting as well. Just the problem is, I don't think... I mean, a point battle is really cool. I just don't think the styles... I mean, they could do a grassland. I just wish it was a point battle instead of flag capture.
I have nothing but hero songs.
That way, like, you concentrate on, like, more on the unit side.
come. Let me see what you're capable of.
You look tired, my friend. Maybe song come your nerves.
Like a weakling.
Well, I
No
hope you guys
small business here.
are enjoying the show. We are about to enter the 4th APAC match of the night and the last one. Best of 3, VN House Elites versus the Mamamudenji. I will eventually figure out how to say their name without screwing myself over here. Interestingly, Van House does have a couple of people here on the A side and a lot of people there on the B side. But, Mama Mood, what are you doing at the back there? Might be a token force hold, probably to scare them off, but I'm wondering if VN House will be fast enough, because if I'm thinking what Mama Mood is thinking, 15 Rattan Crosswomen, nah, oversaturation. Rattan Crosswomen, they're called Rattan Marksmen, but yeah, that is oversaturation. What you need for, especially for units that have a bleed property, you need to have enough of them to get the bleed stacks really fast. But you can't have too many of them, otherwise you will overstack because of the limit of the stacks. Since the stacks are not infinite and cap out at 3, I believe, plus 2 from the Doctrine makes it 5. Could be 7, but I haven't got clarification on that. Still. They're going to destroy the Trebs, but VN House is going straight for the B point. No time at all. Whoa! They detoured? Why did they detour? How did you... Okay. I don't know how. But... Who... My goodness. Like, that's a trick that I don't even know if can be taught, but... Whoever placed that Treb... My goodness. VN House came through the B side, switched to the A side, and just went straight through. This is a really good time. Treb that. Treb that. There we go. Zykeelian Militia burning up this pile. Slowly, more units coming in for MMMD. Doubt there's going to be a victory. Silidars tank through. Winged Asars chug the side there. But for some reason Paladin's just surviving. Where you going, Paladins? Paladins are so tanky right now. Wow, how are they not dying? Finally, Silidars cleaned them up. For sure. I don't know MMMD's strategy, but they were trying to destroy the Trebs, but now they're in a desperate defense, trying to block off the harbor side. Harbor side respawns Phalanx right away. Nagarak Lancers goes straight in. Another battle.
A walk in the park.
MMD does clean up the backside, but this is not a good situation. Why would you spawn units in a situation where the enemy respawns right in front of you? I don't think those camels are going to be... Oh, I take that back. They do manage to kill a couple of the Daggerak Lancers. Every Daggerak Lancer killed is definitely a plus in my book. Very, very shaky beginning here. Both sides taking heavy losses. Do you think MMD takes more losses? A little bit of advantage here for VN House, but let's see where we go. Berserkers just get cleaned up. Obviously, those are the AIs. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. Shouldn't give the attackers too much of an edge. Trebs are still available. I think they only managed to kill one of them, which is really surprising since they should have the culverins still available. They have 3 culverins in. I mean, they have 3 artillery still reserved. One person from MMD did seem to have DC'd from the battle. Hopefully he comes back shortly. Slowly pushing back with just the presence of mortars. I think once VN House decides to present themselves, it's going to be a battle here at the T-junction. Or not. Oh, I didn't even realize. I haven't even gotten the B point. I think VN House is going to slow roll it. The C point will be free if this supply point gets captured. I don't think they got very much room 1v1? No? Okay. Interesting. No 1v1. I think the spear could win it. Sorry. I think the pike could win it. No resistance against this Harangdo. And look at the distance as well. Slowly pulling back. Ever so slowly. Losing more and more ground. Harangdos have probably got their arrow rain up in 2 seconds. Another set of volley about to come through. Will they go for it? Is another question. Oh, they also have... Oh, that's not good at all. They just need to get over the hill. The hill's very slight. Once you're over that hill, shoots right into that shield wall. That shield wall's about to be full of holes. MMD doing very well at trying to just slow roll this. But at the same time, VN House wants it to be slow. You've counter choked yourself. What have you done? Once those range are in position, you're screwed. MMD has to fight into phalanxes. Winged Hussars cut right through that. Amazingly enough. But a landslide victory for VN House. MMD just took way too much damage as they were retreating. VN House, my goodness, all of the range advantage from VN House. Set of cannons, Harangdos, now taking massive damage. Cavalry gonna come out, but there's 2 sets of phalanx. You know there's phalanx.
Child's play.
I don't even think MMD's got a full lineup.
Surrender.
A couple of heroes already out with nothing. 7 minutes to go. Almost 400 unit advantage. VN House could literally throw units at the MMD and still win. Yep, that cannon unit just absolutely destroyed MMD. MMD retreated in such a weird way. Like, I don't know what you're gonna do with this corner. I don't know what you're gonna do with this corner. But once those cannons come over the hill, blasted that shield wall, they should have just went just went to the hill. This hill, those cannons will be useless until they make it up. You could choke them. Like, exactly what they're doing right now. Unfortunately, because they're down units, one side is only got a phalanx. You're barely holding with 10 Mermiolonas left. This is the only even fight right now, and I think you're losing because Siphonarioids... Oh wait, no, there was no Siphonarioids. Someone with flames. Maybe Zakili Militia for the defenders. But now they are surrounded because you don't have enough units out on the field. They're not... Surprisingly, they haven't surrounded this section here. And just phalanxes themselves, really difficult to push into. But then they can't counter-push either. Even at the very end, though, MMD still took off equal numbers. Equal numbers. My goodness. Really, really strong finish, though. VN House winning. I am very interested to see how MMD responds to this defeat, because this is the closest match we've seen, and the troop kills show it. Starting off, I don't know I don't know how it actually functioned in a almost equal battle. I'm pretty sure VN House should have had a much bigger advantage at the beginning, but that choke past the A side bridge again. The defenders kind of kind of I don't know how to say it. The terrain was not in their advantage. They walk through a small choke in order to attack VN House. And they attacked early, by the way. They did not have forces heading down towards the I want to say harbor side, but they did manage a pickup, which is surprising. But once the respawns came in, I think that was the most devastating part. Obviously, the cannons, the Harandos, pushing them back at the sea point. Not to mention all of the mortars just shooting at them. At that point, I'm pretty sure once those cannons came online, a retreat to the base point should have been called. I don't know why they retreated behind a set, like, again, another choke. Like like they they accidentally or on purpose choke themselves out. And finally for the finish, like, I'm surprised that despite being at a massive disadvantage, they still fought hard and strong. That's the kind of fight I like. That's the kind of battles
Like a
I
weakling.
crave. Yeah, Alice, both teams very explosive. But let's try to slow down the pace here. I do think with Doctrines Online, there's a lot more damage. I feel like Doctrines add a lot more damage to CB, so it's faster, much faster than what I'm used to for CBL, but not to mention, CB is also much faster than it was previously. We continue to accelerate the gameplay. But we got a good wide variety of maneuvers out. It's really a wonder why they decided to swap over to the A side. Maybe they knew, or maybe they knew that the B side choke is just a no-go. So they decided to go to the strong side, which is the A side. It's easier to attack. But it's still quite fascinating that the pace of VN House switched so readily. I love how the reaction from VN House to the situation. And I definitely do think that
I'm nobody, but I have a
MMD was caught off guard. Yeah, I don't think doctrines are as defensive. I mean, the defensive options for doctrines are not that good compared to the offensive options. So you're going to be able to add more damage, then you're going to be able to add more defense. On to the next battle. We have attacking MMD, VN House defending. Really strong performance out from VN House. Wondering whether or not, again, VN House is going to have a strong performance, or whether or not MMD will be able to one-up VN House. Because definitely the scenario of the last battle demonstrates that these two teams are much closer in skill. So it's definitely not going to be a one-sided battle. Both sides are going to put up a big fight, and that's what I'm hoping for. A even distribution. I'm actually quite fascinated how 10 units on one 10 heroes both on the A side and 10 switching sides here. Six on the B side actually. Anyway, major units still hovering really low, in fact. Only one Zakili militia for either side. Still got that Lion's Roar crew for VN House. MMD, I didn't catch if they had a Lion's Roar crew, but we'll wonder whether or not they can make use of the Lion's Roar crew just as well as VN House, because both sides probably got the pacing down. Definitely not going in unprepared or rushing without reason. No Lion's Roar crew for attackers. Okay. One Lion Roar crew. Ender has the Lion's Roar crew here. Not out just yet. Starting off. Interestingly enough, MMD sacrifices a unit. Gets stopped. Trying to destroy that siege tower, I guess. I mean, the gates. Wall does go down. I think our major focus will just stay here at the A side. Too bad I don't have two cameras. Quite an even number of units, but do mind that unit quality also matters. If I can just remember which button it is to bring up the... There we go. Tier 5 difference about 100. The N-House has more concentration in the Tier 5. A little bit of reserve units for MMD. Interesting. Sacrificing a couple of the Tier 5s. And Demez Spearman, not a bad unit to bring. Definitely. Shield units going straight at it. Yanyudal's early. Winged Assa's cutting right through that front shield. The hyper-aggressive... Okay, Cavalry just wins the day as it cleans up VN House almost instantly, sacrificing 2 or 3 Cavalry just now. We have long-range Ferongdo trying to get some picks. Does work out. Look at the kills coming through. Although, VN House just lost 300 odd units. 200 units for MMD lost as well. So, not as bad, but the speed of that loss still hits me, still
Efendimiz'i
resonating with me right now.
onurlandıracağız.
Not to mention, that was probably a lot of cavalry just getting thrown in and dying. But frankly, they only lost 3 cavalry. Oh, wait, hang on. 5 cavalry? Half of a cavalry. 5.5 cavalry. They lost 5. Maybe 6 cavalry in total. Let's go with 6 cavalry. 6 units down. Wow, okay, so that is a... The numbers are not indicative of what they've lost. Definitely not not indicative of what they've lost. 14 units to 6 right now. I didn't count the low tier units there. But surprisingly didn't push their advantage once they captured the A side. They decided to wait. Oh, surprisingly a lot of shots just going into this thing here. Very unfortunate. I think if they just had them here or much closer, you'd probably been able to get a lot more shots through. The muskets being an absolute menace right now. Normally you would have the Zyklene militia over here throwing in, but I don't know where the Zyklene militia were throwing from. Oh wait, is the Zyklene militia... Zyklene militia was on the Vienne house side, for sure. But where did they go after the throw? A lot of sneaky positions. The mortaring has begun. Similar to what Vienne house did, but Vienne house is retreating towards the supply point. Just gonna give away the C point. Kind of what I expected. But this is good. Vienne house just needs to survive a couple of mortars now. A lot of resources they need to burn through. 10 trebs as well. Surprisingly, phalanxes are actually really good units to rotate in and out, because just of the sheer fact that, like, they have the special one-shot shield. So getting hit by one mortar is actually not an issue. Getting hit by multiple mortars, now that's an issue. Very interesting positioning. We got 8 minutes to go. A lot of time. Vienne house only has enough for 2 battles. You could probably get a scuffed third fight, but still advantage for MMD here. Protection against those archers. The range is absolute pressure right now. Every 30 seconds, a good old 10-ish seconds of arrow range, shooting down towards Vienne house. Vienne house goes super wide. I don't think cavalry comes up the stairs. Could be proven wrong in a second. Shields at the front here, soak up some arrows. Very interesting approach right now. I've only seen something like this once or twice, but I've never seen it so slow. Another set of mortars. I'm wondering whether or not... I might have gotten the names mixed up, but defenders are VN House, MMD is the attackers. Just go with attackers and defenders for now. Attackers here on the base point. You have just a musket here, and he's getting shot at. He has to be careful. He might die here. Whoop. Every tick is important. The glaive touches the point. Needs something on this point. Here comes Treb. They've got a full setup. Whoa! Lions Roar shot straight over. Lions Roar rolling on through. A battle just kicks off straight away. Front line for MMD holding strong. Right hand side does win. Slowly breaking down the left hand side, but we could see a swing either way. Unfortunately, VN House does sweep. Just this pile here, just being a real struggle to defeat. Silidars and Men-at-Arms surviving, but another fire from the Lions Roar crew. It might be an even fight. Oh my goodness. I take that back. We have MMD pulling through with the victory on that. I cannot believe that. I cannot believe MMD, like the attackers, actually managed a victory after such a heavy battle here. Just goes to show you how viciously efficient Men-at-Arms can be, trying to catch out the heroes one by one. Is this a smart move? VN House is putting a lot of pressure, trying to keep this supply point. I think this might backfire. Supply point is already switched over. And they spawn really close. Paladins charge in, gets countercharged by the Men-at-Arms, instantly evaporates. Daggerak Lancers goes right through the side. Counterattacks. Men-at-Arms barely surviving right now. VN House probably chose a bad decision here. One by one, they're getting caught. These guys at the front here just getting cleaned up. Phalanx is rolling on through. Just getting peppered by the Hrang. Oh my goodness. A charge by the humans. Nice dodge. Charging the back. Trying to get onto those Hrangs. Men-at-Arms finish cleaning them up. My goodness. VN. It's going to come down to a field battle, ladies and gentlemen. There's no doubt in my mind. But there's 4 minutes left to go. VN House could pull out a spectacular victory. But we'll see where we go. What would be hilarious if someone from VN House actually noticed that the mortars were still here and decided to just shoot all of them towards the enemy.
Not one step.
Whoa! Humans just cut right through the halberdiers just now. That phalanx alone has got so much time for VN House, but unfortunately the respawn comes in too late. Too late. Paladins are still fighting strong. I doubt that they can turn the tide, but they're not easy to kill. The heroes on the point are still fighting. Jumping in at the last moment. Finally, those paladins start going down. Took them a while. They actually got halfway through that phalanx right now. Oh my god, they did realize!
Child's play.
A very exciting attack by MMD. And we're going to come down to a field battle for the last battle of the night. And I'm so excited! Both teams definitely show that they have a very good tempo when they're attacking. They definitely got good strategies when they're attacking. On the defense side, critical errors in positioning and timing can cause so much havoc. One critical error from the defense of VN House was not cleaning up that fight on the base point. I am so surprised that 3 Cylinders, 2 Men-at-Arms won in the end, even after getting shot by Lion's Roar, even after reinforcements and several cavalry going through their entire lineup. That team of 5 managed to win the infantry battle at the end of the day. It was... I kind of want to rewatch that, see exactly what happened. Because it was such a back and forth. Holding strong at the beginning, side collapses, winning right-hand side. The left-hand side gets pushed in, the back side, so the rear ranks get completely folded, and the right-hand side about to be eclipsed, but how come VN House couldn't clean up that fight? Very strong start, obviously. That cavalry rush. Obviously, the phalanx were occupied with those shield units at the front, easily letting the cavalry come in and cleaning it up. Really even fight in the middle. When the back and forth on that base point came through, the the worst mistake is the sally down towards the supply point. VN House probably, if they didn't sally down towards that supply point, they would have had a... I think they could have closed out the match. With the relative skill that I'm seeing for both of them, the fatal choice to go fight on supply was the killing decision. Like, no doubt in my mind that anytime you lose that supply point, as the defenders, never, ever try to retake it. Especially when you're in a situation where you have no resupply and I've just come off of a battle, because attackers spawn really close to that supply point, and you will have no time to get down there, fight, capture that supply point, and respawn another unit. It is impossible, in my eyes, to take that supply point in that situation that VN House have found themselves in. And it's a wonder why they kept sending in unit after unit to stall the enemy. There was very few units coming out, maybe 5, 7 in total, but I think 3 of them come in very late. They did get a couple of pickups, but I don't think the pickups were adequate. What's also really surprising, we also got the Yan Yudals coming in. Fascinatingly enough, the Yan Yudals are kind of fighting well, I mean, I think the Yan Yudals are definitely top cavalry now. Zhuangzi heavy cavalry and the Yan Yudals are kind of in the same zone. They're, I would say, for efficiency-wise, they're equal. Whether or not you prefer one or the other is your own choice. But when it comes to the best cavalry, I'm pretty sure the companions, and now the Daggerak Lancers, are definitely choices. Definitely choices that any team would definitely want. And we've seen this again and again and again. Surprising picks is
Destroy
the
them!
humans. I am quite surprised that we watched. Oh, we didn't get to see, but the humans caved in a halberdier unit, and that was very
What's
surprising.
your business here?
Yep, I did notice that as well. The old cavalry actually got affected by a shadow change. They don't retain speed while turning. They have a much lower retention on speed while turning. So they either increase the inertia or they added inertia. Because I know for Zwanji Heavy Cavalry, they didn't have inertia. So they were traveling at full speed while turning. Every time. But now,
I'm nobody.
they hit low speed when they turn. Which reduces their damage a lot, by the way. Do mind, they have a passive while at high speed, their first attack, I don't know the exact condition, will deal more extra damage. So,
May this song come
there's that as well. And that's also the reason why, randomly, you will get hit by Zwanji Heavy Cavalry and it deals 10,000 damage. Even though that, even at full speed, they're only supposed to do about, even at max speed, they're only supposed to do around about 3,000 damage. But for some reason, I get hit by Zwanji Heavy Cavalry, and it does 10,000 damage for no reason. Also, it's not like there's any techniques in drifting Zwanji Heavy Cavalry. You can literally just
in the world.
activate their abilities, throw them at the enemy, and press V. They'll just do the work themselves. They're like a no-brainer unit. Super easy to use. They're like heat-seeking missiles. But a lot of cavalry is like that. Lance cavalry, however, just like point in a direction. If you're standing in the way, you're probably going to die. Yanudals, you just kind of point them in the direction. You can kind of you can kind of like V scuff it, but there's a lot. There's a lot of things that can go wrong with microwing the Yanudals. Not to mention they're not very fast. Well, how they attack is not very fast, but that Dread Unleash is basically instant. Most of the time I feel like I get hit before the animation comes out. But that also could just be my lag. We're on Grassland Assault. The tiebreaker between MMD and VN House. This is an exciting final match of the day. I am hoping for some interesting battles here. MMD going out with a infantry heavy lineup. Well, comparatively. VN House has so much cavalry, a lot of phalanxes as well. Not very many phalanxes out from MMD. Very interesting to see a nice picks of the Kev Tools. I love me Kev Tools, man. Unfortunately, they did get nerfed. Rightfully so. Unfortunate, but I understand. Mix of Daggerak Lancers, Companions, and Humans. But for MMD, surprisingly, we got some Yanudals and Winged Hussars. Winged Hussars should be able to clean up straight Daggerak Lancers in a straight off charge against Lancers. Daggerak Lancers should win with the Winged Hussars, but wondering whether or not which side. Well, I'm wondering whether or not the tier 4 cavalry are going to be more efficient than the tier 5s. Tier 5s might win, but if you can kill a couple of the tier 5s each time, could the fourth set of units win? MMD going straight for the A point, splitting 3 ways. Not a very good look. You're going to have inadequate forces a lot, but MMD does have a token force towards the B point. Straight on with camels. Camels there defending for VN House. VN House
No
losing.
horseman can defeat us.
Are they? Camels are really tanky.
First
One by
blood.
one, the camels do go down. Oh my god, there's a triple battle on. I don't know what to look for. B battle looks to be in the side of VN House. A battle slowly going for VN House. I think C is in victory
Of course you want
for
us. We are superior.
MMD. Just a token force cleanup right now. Daggerak Lancers might win? No, not charging. Wing Hussars. Nope. Daggerak Lancers do win. Camels pull off. What is the struggle here at the B point? Does look like C point cleared up. Just one Murmialona is just refusing to die here at the B point. Did get a cap, which is really surprising. MMD tried to go sneak. Whoa! They did! They actually got some. MMD only needs to hold the C point and their base point now. I am surprised that Slain here actually came back in. Daggerak Lancers comes swinging. Catches the tail. But Slain might be killed once more. Does go down. Daggerak Lancers cleared up the companions. Now, it's going to go be a little bit slow. Hopefully, my goodness, both of these teams just being super aggressive. Triple split from both sides. Battle on the A, B, and C point, all happening simultaneously. I'm only one cameraman, unfortunately. The good thing is that MMD is now has advantage. They have the higher amount of points. VN House lost a little bit, so they will have to look for an opportunity. Oh, for sure, 100%. This is the most exciting matchup of the day, and it is great that it's the last match, because wash for the last match is always such a downer. But we are definitely seeing an exciting set of matches from these two. We're in the mortaring phase, a little bit slow, but the pressure is on VN House to gain advantage. Base point is safe, holding the 2 points. Wondering what Shut Up is doing with the Anyadals in the back line. VN House winning. VN House is moving across. Are they going to go for a base push? What would be surprising is that if they could close off their... Oh, well, it's going to be open in 5 seconds once that resets. They push towards the B point here. Clears up the phalanx. Rushing on back. Daggerak Lancers does a swing. Winged Hussars actually sweeps on right on through. Catching the humans, but My goodness, those humans took out 11 phalanxes. That's not great. MMD being really aggressive, but got caught. Double winged hussars gets caught right onto the phalanx. Phalanx does take damage, but still. Could another winged hussar? Humans in the back line. What stopped it? Something hit it. I don't know what hit it. Looked like they killed a hero and the hero exploded. Probably that's what happened. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Loads of phalanx. Cavalry circling around. Looks like someone captured the supply point. But not looking good. I think MMD here shot their shot too early. Getting cut down. That's not good. That's not good at all. I don't think they're going to be able to respawn. One, two. Okay, so no permadeath so far, but MMD should definitely be careful. VN House are going to have to be desperate soon, though. They're still losing, by the way. They're still technically losing. MMD just needs to play hard. They didn't need to commit. They don't need to commit. I don't know why they committed, but regardless. I don't know how VN House wants to play this, but MMD just also doing very, very strange maneuvers right now. Gonna swing towards the A point. I know VN House has kind of left the A point, but I'm wondering... Oh, wait, no. They left a camel there. Which is not good because those are... Oh, wait, no, those aren't. Okay, no, I was overreacting. If those were Kev tools with their fire arrows, that would have been hilarious. I mean, technically there is fire arrows, but it will still take a while. Oh, no. Miss for the winged hussars there.
Can't deny our strength.
Looks like a triple cap is the way VN House wants to play this. Starting off really strong here. We got two phalanxes here on the point. Halberdiers are not going to cut it. But a phalanx and a Myrmielones coming through. Myrmielones slams right in. Winged Hussar comes in from the rear. No rear protection. But I think the Winged Hussar missed. Which is very surprising. Heroes are getting in on this pile. But we could see them holding strong. And desperately holding. VN House loses a lot of time. But MMD could be seeing a couple of permadeath. Yeah. See one permadeath by Lolly Master. One by IQ. Or QI, sorry.
A walk in the park.
Any for VN? No. No VN.
A walk in the park. Child's play.
They're still putting pressure here. VN House. It's a long walk, by the way. Logistically, this is really bad. But this phalanx here, they just need to push off this Myrmielones. Phalanx is almost dead. Oh. No, that's no good. That's no good at all. Men-at-Arms here on the field. MMD's... I am very impressed from MMD's resilience right now. But also from VN House's pressure. And now we're on the battle to the base point. Only the phalanx is left. And a Men-at-Arms for Oh no. That's it. That's it. It's switched. And I think that's a closeout. There's no way MMD can win now. It would be. I think it would be more exciting that way. VN House actually pulls it off. Actually pulls off an attack towards the base point at the very end. I'm pretty sure. Whoa, what? Are you kidding? You had men-at-arms over there. What happened? Oh, it was just a token force.
Wipe them out.
Ender, just random Ender. Just standing there.
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
Oh, very nice fight. 1 minute left to go. MMD, you did well. Very well. VN House, the pressure was spectacular. I think you couldn't have done any better than what you've shown, because that was really, really good. Both sides go for a early triple split towards the A, B, and C point. Magically, somehow MMD captures the base point just slightly. The A point being where the major battle was. A good fight at the C point. Unfortunately, I didn't get to catch that. A little bit of mistake here at the B point for MMD. I think getting caught here was a mistake. VN House didn't have very much of an advantage over you until after this point. Now, starting off a little bit bad for VN House when attacking the C point, but you continued pressure, overcommit towards the C point. You eventually got infantry on the base point, and that cleared the point for your total victory. Absolutely amazing performance from both of these teams, and I definitely would love to watch battles like these constantly. Like to see. I did not even see a Lion's Law crew. Apparently there was a Lion's Roar crew out from VN House on a field battle. We see God War Lubu. Good to see Lubu still around. Yukimura, definitely an all-time favorite. I mean, Yukimura has just been around for a really long time. Naga's still here. Those are the only ones I remember. I don't think I know anyone from MMMD. I don't think I know anyone. But again, Lubu, Yukimura, Naga, definitely all-time favorites, I think. And I hope everyone enjoyed. So just to recap for the final, we got to see 4 matches for the second day of the APAC group stage, with our first match being Nobility versus Kiba 2-0, sorry, on Hidden City. Manu versus Pinnacle on Wallfort, with Pinnacle winning 2-0. And we had VN Community versus Frank GGG. Oh, sorry. Pinnacle versus Manu was on Daiso Fort. Pinnacle winning 2-0. Then we saw VN Community versus Frank GGG on Wallfort, with Frank GGG winning 2-0. And finally, the most exciting match of the matches, MMD or Mama Mu Denji versus VN House Elites VN House pulling off the victory with a strong finish, on the field battle 2-1. MMD definitely no slouch though. Got some really good aggression out of them, though it can backfire. I think VN House also could do with a little bit more discipline, but on the field battle, definitely showed a lot more patience than MMD. MMD definitely rushing in the second half. I think they should have played their hands a little bit more conservatively instead of matching or trying to catch VN House, especially after a loss at the start. But they did gain advantage. But regardless, all of the matches, I hope to see more battles for CBL, and I hope we get to see more exciting fights. But I hope you guys enjoyed the commentary, and I hope you guys keep up with the CBL and watch. Um, I hope you guys can join me to watch the CBL as well. Unfortunately, I will not be able to commentate for all of the matches. The next time you will guys be able to see me is actually tomorrow. I will be able to catch the rematch between NPR versus DOC. Let me just double check what those names actually are, since I'm trying to learn the names. So, Miracle Phoenix Rise versus Dark of Comet. So that is apparently a rematch, probably from day one. I didn't catch any of the day one matches. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to find any recordings either. But hopefully you guys will be able to join me then as well, and we see an exciting and enjoyable match. But other than that, my name's Azukai. Have a nice day. Bye for now.